Welcome back, I'm back, and trying something different here. I've done streams on YouTube before, but they've always been directly from the console, so like on the PS4 or the PS5. I've never quite... I've never set up OBS to work with YouTube, so I had to do a little bit of fidgeting. It looks like the lag is a little bit more than what I'm accustomed to, but we'll, you know, deal with that. The chat widget thing, I thought that Streamlabs would just automatically pick it up because I've connected YouTube to Streamlabs as well, but apparently not. So we've got my quick little pop-out hijinks down in the corner. I know that YouTube records the video along with the chat, so it might not even be necessary, but I prefer to have it right there on the video in case the video is watched independently. You can still kind of get both sides of the conversation. I've watched a number of live streams before where they don't record the stream chat, and the streamer responds to it, but you don't know what the chat said. So I will always try to make sure that's there, even if it looks butt ugly like it does now. I did also go through the trouble of changing all the Twitch purple to YouTube red. I have Tesseract Unfolded down in the corner instead of Tesseract E. So a few changes here and there. The bot isn't working. The Streamlabs chat bot is not working at all. But it looks like Lumia stream may trigger, so if we get any subscriptions, the lights will properly respond. I did also want to make sure that I've got a craft soda on hand. I don't want to take away from any of the stuff that we're doing on Twitch. So this is a favorite that if you've been following me on Twitch, I've sampled this a number of times before. One of my favorites, Ball's ginger flavor. I love it. And I've basically been going through... Oh, this is a twist off cap. I've basically been going through for the past 2 years or so, sampling craft sodas. Some of the flavors get really interesting, but not all of them are horrible. This is wonderful. It's not like a ginger ale. It doesn't have that bite to it that ginger ale does. It's more like a ginger candy. So it's kind of sweet, but really, really tasty. But now that that's done, let's get to exploring the Polymega. Oh, that's a lot lower camera than I was expecting. Hold on for 1 sec. There we go. It did look a little low in the last scene, but I tested it earlier and it looked fine. I must have nudged it again at some point. Oh well. So yeah, tonight we are going to be reviewing the Polymega. Going through a couple more things. And just enjoying some of the games, too. I did put out a kicking the tires sort of tech test video less than 24 hours ago. It was later than I usually do. Um, and there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't do, but also I really haven't gotten to just sit down and enjoy playing games on this thing yet. So I hope to just get into a couple of the games in my library that I might not have poked at in a while. Some stuff like 32X or I've got Battle Ace for the Super Graphics. You know, some stuff that I might not have been able to play before I got this because I didn't have the hardware for it. If you're not familiar with the Polymega, it's a modular system. I had the camera on it at the beginning. In fact, I think I've got things set up so I could switch. Let's see here. Where is source? There it is. Okay. Camera shelf. Didn't mean for that to be that big, but there we go. And it's cut off a little bit, but there's a reason for that. So yeah, that's what the actual Polymega system looks like. Right now it's got the Super Famicom, Super Nintendo. Here, let me actually... I'm gonna use a different source here. One sec. There we go. There's the full image. All right. So right now we've got the Super Famicom module plugged in. The base module has the base system here. That's the core of all of it. Has a CD-ROM or a DVD-ROM drive, which is unique among systems like this. You get like the what you call it, the analog SG and all of that, but they don't tend to have an actual disk drive. So you can import TurboGrafx CD, Neo Geo CD, Saturn, PlayStation, and Sega CD games. And then you've got these interchangeable modules here. This is the Super Famicom one. There's a slot on the top here, so you can put a cartridge in. And then 2 controller ports. These do work with actual Super Nintendo controllers, but the module does come with a Polymega specific. Let's see if I can reach it. There we go. Polymega specific controller. Like that. That's got the you know, shoulder buttons and everything, but then it's also got a nice little home button there. Each of the modules comes with that with a single controller, and you can buy additional ones as you need. There are currently 4 modules. Let me grab. There we go. Now we've got all of them on hand. So we've got the TG16 module with a slot for Hue cards and controller ports. Then we have an NES module, and you're supposed to be able to also plug in Famicom games using an NES adapter by Hyperkin, but I haven't been able to get that working yet. And then, of course, that has the controller ports. Then we've got the Sega Genesis one that can take Mega Drive cartridges and 32X cartridges, and accepts the DB9 Genesis controllers. 3 or 6 button. Doesn't matter. They'll both work. So for the most part, those are used for just importing your cartridges. But if you really want as close to lag-free original experience as possible without using original hardware, then you can go grab yourself an original controller and plug it in. And apparently these controller ports are extremely close to bare metal, and they're talking about less than a frame of lag when you're using wired controllers. There's slightly more if you use the controller that came with the base module through USB, and then there's a little bit of additional lag if you're using the base model controller wirelessly. But even so, the apparently the like controller lag has been one of their big focuses, and so one of their main goals was to get that lag down as much as possible. So if that is important to you, then this is good. It's probably as close to FPGA as emulation is going to get, as far as performance is concerned. They haven't ruled out possible FPGA modules in the future. Oh, hi, Siren. But for now, it's all emulation, but they fine-tune these emulators a lot so that like they've got, I want to say, like 99% accuracy on the Saturn, 97 or 99, something ridiculous like that. So it's definitely something that you know, I've been looking forward to since I reserved it, since I pre-ordered it 2.5 years ago. And they recently announced an EMO5, their 5th module, that's going to support the Nintendo 64. So looking forward to that as well, because with all the attention they've put into accuracy, and how big of a problem Nintendo 64 emulation has been, even for Nintendo, I think that it has the capability to be something extremely special. Alright, so let's take the camera back out. And let's actually play some frickin' games. Okay, so my collection is fairly large. Let's activate the controller again. So we've got 138 PlayStation NTSC games. The Polymega actually comes with some games pre-installed. This is one of them. It's Viper for the PAL region. I've got a couple of Japanese PlayStation games. I have not been able to get the English patch working for Electrosphere yet. That was one of the main things that I was kind of looking forward to. But over the past slightly less than a week, I've been spending more of my time just installing all of this stuff. Because, like, PlayStation, 138 games, each one of these games took between 5 and 10 minutes to install. So, that definitely took a lot of time. Fortunately, though, you can install, like, while you've got a disc installing, you can install cartridge-based games at the same time. So I was able to do all of this all at once. There are also some games. Well, we'll look into those, but there are some NES games that are built in as well. There's games for each one of the modules that are built into the system. But then there's also games made by the NES Maker tool for the NES that is also here, and I'm kind of wondering if when the store, they're planning to do a digital store, and I'm kind of wondering if when the digital store takes off, that they might not have a bunch of NES Maker titles available to purchase, which would be really cool, because then you could have a bunch of, like, indie developers making games and having them available on the Polymega as well. One thing I have to say, I'm not that big of a fan of the D-pad on the base Polymega controller. It's a little too easy to accidentally get a left or a right when you're trying to press down. So I may use other controllers over the course of the night. But while we're just navigating, it's fine. What did I have? PAL region. Okay. So Legend and Pushover, these were pre-packed. Pico Interactive again. Metal Marines, this I actually own the cartridge. Found the PAL version, and the North American version is ridiculously expensive, but the PAL version was only a couple of bucks, and it'll have English, so I'm not that picky about region as long as I can read it. Unfortunately, that's a little bit more difficult when we're talking about the Japanese region. These two are preloaded. Mario and Wario, you saw me play a couple of weeks ago on Twitch. Romancing Saga, I have the entire series in physical form. Kind of hoping to use some language patches, but I've only been able to find one for the first game so far. And then I also have the Super Scope. I have Super Scope for North America and Japan, because the Polymega is eventually going to have a light gun. It's actually already available for pre-order. They're expecting those to get shipped out in the first or second quarter next year. So once that happens, look for another one of these live streams on Twitch, where I'm going to, or maybe I'll do it here. I don't know. But I've been collecting a bunch of light gun games to play with this once that's available, because it's going to be functional on the on HD TVs. So I'm really looking forward to that. If you're familiar with the tech, it's the Sinden light gun, or a variation of it. We've got Genesis games, 81 of those. This shouldn't be in the Mega Drive section, and it does actually load up the North American version that I loaded on here. I let them know that this was a little bit weird, but oh well. actually kind of surprised to see that I've got 24 Sega CD titles. Eight 32X titles. I actually have 9, but this is one of the things that I wanted to poke at tonight. Oh, I put it back on the shelf. Dang it. I have a repro cart of a game called Darkside that never actually released in the United States. So I've actually... I've got that. I've tested it. It works. There are just some games, if it's not in the database, it won't let you install it. There are a lot of games that... well, no, I wouldn't say there are a lot of games. There are a couple of games that I have that were unable to be installed, but worked perfectly fine. And that was one of them. I don't expect that to be supported at any point because it was a repro, but kind of interesting that it at least works. Got a bunch of Saturn games here. Just recently completed my Shining collection, so that's fun. I do plan to play through all the Shining and Phantasy Star games on Twitch over the next unspecified period of time. I'm currently working on Saga Frontier and Saga Frontier Remastered, but I just recently finished Saga Frontier. So now to kind of balance out the Saga Frontier Remaster, I'm actually going to start playing Brave Fencer Musashi, and then Samurai Legend Musashi, and then if the when the Saga Frontier 2 remaster is announced, I'll start playing that. But then after all of that, then I'll be switching off between Phantasy Star and the Shining series. Long-term plans. Got some Japanese titles too. This is one I want to poke at tonight. So we'll get MSX games emulated by Saturn, emulated by the Polymega. Neo Geo CD, I've only found 2 games. Hello, Siren. I've only found 2 games that I wanted to pick up. Part of the problem with the Neo Geo is that most of the games are fighting games, and I'm not that big of a fan of fighting games. I am a fan of driving games, and Cross Swords is kind of an interesting creature, so definitely looking forward to poking at those. They also made like their own custom drivers for the Neo Geo CD, their own custom BIOS. So it loads a lot faster than the original did. And we've got the TurboGrafx 16. Got quite a few games here. I'm a little annoyed that I went through the trouble of picking up Airzonk. It wasn't a cheap game, and it's on the TG16 Mini. One funny thing, though, is that I think it's Double Dungeons was pre-installed. So when I put the Hue card in, I'm like, wait, why isn't it giving me the option to install? So I guess that's technically a duplicate now. Turbo CD, I've got a couple of these titles. And aside from Turbo CD, there's PC Engine CD, so I've got a couple more titles here. I'm looking forward to poking at the Manhole. That is a game that came out This was the first game that Cyan created, the ones who went on to make Myst. And I did not realize that it had actually released for the PC Engine CD in Japan, and all of the it's subtitled in Japanese, but all of the voices are still in English, so should be playable. PC Engine. All of these except this. Yeah, these were all pre-installed, but I actually have R-Type 1. I actually have the Hue card for that. And then I have 20% of the entire Super Graphics exclusive library. I found a copy of Battle Ace for not that much, and I'm like, all right, I want to have a Super Graphics card for when the Polymega comes out. So I do want to poke at this tonight at some point too. All right, so hello, welcome to Polymega. Let's see here. Okay, so these are probably the ones that were pre-installed on the base module. We got Viper, which you saw before, 40 Winks, Rescue the Embassy Mission. I think this is, yeah, NES. Why am I not just paying attention to the little thing in the corner? Battle Squadron for the Genesis, Top Racer for the Super Famicom, Iron Commando for the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom. Ooh, both versions. I love looking at the different versions of games. Sometimes there are some interesting differences. Here's the stuff that was created with NES Maker. I think I do want to poke at some of these. So, like, I'd love to see Micro Mages on here. If that ends up being on the store, I might have to pick that up. These are Legacy Vault Volume 1. I wonder if they're going to have a Volume 2. But these are the ones that came with a Mega module. So we've got Top Racer 2, Legend of the Magic Warrior, Brave Battle Saga, which I actually started playing on Antstream a while back, but it glitched out or something. I wasn't able to make any progress on it. So I guess I've got another chance. Water Margin, which I've heard of it. I think it's supposed to be pretty decent. Tinhead, Sword of Sedan, which I see like everywhere for, you know, $8. For the power module, which is the NES, we've got 8 Eyes, Nightshade. Oh man, I remember seeing a friend play Nightshade. It's kind of weird, but kind of cool. Power Punch 2. Okay. Target Renegade, Treasure Master. I am not familiar with that one. We've got the Super Nintendo module. We've got Dragon View, Gurume Sentai Barayaru, which no clue other than Yabos. Legend, Pushover, Gourmet Warriors. Okay, I gotta try that one at some point. Top Racer 2, Super Draken. I've heard that Draken was pretty good, but I don't think I've ever actually played it. And we got, for the Turbo module, well, let's see how I can, if I can get through this without murdering it too much. Kaizo Chojin Shubibin Man 2 Atanaru Teki. Right. Double Dungeons, which is one of those games that I've wanted to play on stream with Infamous GM1, but just haven't gotten around to it. Maybe we'll do it at some point in the future, but yeah. I'm kind of curious because I love first-person dungeon crawlers like Shining in the Darkness, and this one is actually a two-player one where it's like split screen, and so that kind of appeals to me. Then we have Moto Rotor 2. Oh, I guess that's Moto Rotor for the PC Engine. Shockman, which I actually did a video on. I did that for a first trophy feature a few months back, doing it through an emulator so I could do first trophy. And Polymega does not currently support any sort of trophy system yet. But it's not for us lacking... It's not for lack of request. So hopefully that might happen at some point. We got Dragon Egg. So PC Engine is one of those systems that I never really got to play very much when it was, new. But I've kind of gained an affinity for it over the years. All right, let's go ahead and check out Battle Ace for the super graphics. So when you select a game, you can either start a new game with all the enhancements available, or just, no save states, no bells or whistles, just play the game as it was originally meant to be played. No filters or anything like that. There are also patches, and actually I do have a patch for this game. So you can put ROM patches in a folder on the SD card, and it'll just come up in a list here. So be careful with how you name the file. This particular one is supposed to add a cheat menu that was available in the Japanese version back into the game. So we're going to go ahead and try that. These graphics are state of the art. Let's haul out the turbo controller here, and I should be able to pop this out. Hot swap here, so I can use the right controller. Oh, I didn't realize this was like an Afterburner thing. I thought it was a side-scrolling shooter. Nice little braided cable here. Like, seriously, this cable feels extremely premium. The controller is also a 6-button controller. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. Act 1. Uh-oh. Okay. So this does not work with the 6-button thing turned on. Fortunately, there is a switch on the controller to change it from 6-button to 2-button compatibility. That was pretty impressive explosion. Okay. Let's try again. And it does have the turbo switches. So I've enabled the turbo switch for the... Whoa, I did a barrel roll. Enabled the turbo switch for the main guns, leaving it off for the missiles. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it is about the super graphics that actually made it worthwhile. Enhancement over the original TurboGrafx. I was trying to shoot down the missiles rather than evade them. That's all my fault. Hold on for a second. Yum. Time to get my water on hand. Always good to keep hydrated. All right. So the base controller for the Polymega actually does have the ability to shall we say turbofy any of the buttons. It's kind of like some of the programmable controllers that have come out over the years, where you hold down a turbo button, you hold down the button that you want to be turbo, and the controller remembers it. If you'll notice if you've watched the tech test video I put out yesterday, when I've got the when I'm showing off the patch for Saga Frontier, it has it kind of goes in and out of the menu really quick. That's because I had the turbo on and I forgot to turn it off. I'm guessing I don't have a limited number of missiles. I've got a limited number I can have on screen. Ah, dang it. Game over. Score 13,000. So yeah, you got that shiny new Super Graphics console. Bought one of the release games. It's no wonder that's still... Oh wait, that's right, the cheat menu thing. Let me see if I can remind myself how this is supposed to be triggered. Where is it? Battle Ace cheat menu. At the title race, press select and run. Okay. Select and run. Hey, look at that! I can change my lives to 255. Or just no death. Alright, well, let's take a look at Act 2 then. Well, it's got different music. That's something. Ooh, ice. I would say, though, that, you know, for its time, this is a decent specimen of this type of game. May not be quite as headbanging as Afterburner was, but it's still pretty decent. Oh. What? Okay. What are rocks doing up here? I thought we were in an atmosphere. Okay, gotta make sure I don't accidentally barrel roll. Because I can't really control myself when I'm in a barrel roll. I just go straight ahead. Which could be a problem in some cases. You know, I kind of wonder if when the screen is flashing red... Oh, wow. If that's when I would be running into things and dying. And the cheat codes are keeping that from happening. Okay. So apparently I'm fighting the Triforce now. Okay. So I have to fire at the center, like, right when they're joining it together. And firing at me. This does not seem like it would be very fun if I wasn't invincible. There we go. Whoa. Interesting. I like the level select, but I think I'm done for now. Let's turn off turbo. Whoops. Save our state. Oh, cool. Okay, so you can manually adjust turbo in here, which is great because on the controller itself, you can only adjust the turbo for the 1 and 2 buttons, not for all 6. Screenshot, don't really need to. So there are display options here. Let's get something on the screen here. There we go. All right. So we've got CRT curvature emulation, RGB output, RGB plus curvature, RGB plus blur, RGB plus curvature plus blur, composite. Oh, wow. It actually looks like a PVM screen would with the little tricolor pixels. That's kind of wild. Oh, now we're down to 720p. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. I like that there are options other than just like the scan line. That's really kind of neat. But I prefer just having the crisp, clean image myself, so I'm gonna stick with that. What other settings do we have to play with? Well, there's the video settings. HD temporal blur. Okay. Audio. Alright, that's interesting. Console, restart game, and exit. So let's do that. Okay, so that was pretty cool. Let's see here. Anything else? Let's do this. So this game has it's sold as a 3-in-1, but it actually has, you know, so on the menu screen it has Bonk's Adventure, Bonk's Revenge, and Gate of Thunder, but then Bomberman is hidden on the you know, you can access it in the menu. You just have to press up or something like that. Let me look that up here. see here. Okay. Got it. So, I'm gonna go ahead and play. So, I do have a patch for Gate of Thunder, but it has to be, like, applied specifically to the part of the disk that contains Gate of Thunder and not to the general ISO. So I don't think that it would work with this. I may raise this as an issue with Polymega and see if there's something they can do about it. But let's start new game.
Ooga bunk. Daba duba. Ooga mooga.
Ooga booga. So there's our normal menu. But if we do up, right, down, left, 2. There's Bomberman. 2 to 5 player battle. Yeah, so if you noticed earlier, the TurboGrafx controller ports on this are smaller than what you might normally be used to for a TurboGrafx controller. You just need an adapter to make normal controllers work. So if you have a Turbo Tap, you can just plug it in here. But one thing I absolutely love is that there are 2 controller ports on the module right off the bat. So you don't have to use a Turbo Tap just to play 2-player. This disc was a little pricey, but Gate of Thunder is probably the reason why it's so pricey. Just by itself. Whoops. Not what I wanted to do. I was trying to see if there was a way I could reset to the title screen. You know, in console. Ew. Okay. So, let's do Gate of Thunder.
Gate of Thunder.
I love it when a menu system has a little bit of personality to it. Blah, blah, blah. Don Jinji. One of the reasons why this game is so sought after is because of this kickin' soundtrack. GSAP. I do wear my sunglasses at night. I mean, so many games of this genre start like this. Hunting Dog. But it's just... it always ramps you up. Esty. Oh, she, support pilot in the Wildcat. Okay. Let's check out configuration. Okay, well. This probably isn't going to have 6-button support. Likely doesn't need it. Oh. Ah. It has built-in rapid fire. Where's the fun in that? Ooh, one-hit kills. Sound effects are nice, though. Like, they definitely, have a punch to the explosions. Ooh, okay. Dang it. I liked that weapon. Get it. Thank you. Oh, come on. Wonder if there are any cheat codes for this. Because I want to play this more. Wow, ranked 4? Okay. Hey, OWASP beat me to it. Oh, sure. I love bombastic, continue screens like that. No, 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 no. Wow, whatever planet that is in the background is kind of screwed. I can't tell which missiles are mine and which missiles are the enemies. That's not fun. Gimme. Pow, pow, pow. Okay, good to know. I can't, I was just about to say, I probably can't touch that, ship there. It's not just in the background. Oops, I was paying attention to the wrong part of the trio of space shooter fighters. That's probably not good. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, a shield! Nice! Alright, I'm fine as, you know, with a one-hit death as long as they give me a shield. There we go. Okay, we're doing better now. Kind of gotten the hang of it a little bit, and had that shield. Ah, damn it. Well, we did a lot better that time. Third place. Let's see. Ooh, there's a stage select for Gate of Thunder. Let's try that. Get a lot of continues, so that's good. Okay, I actually think I have that, but I may have loaded it onto the card incorrectly. Let me try something really quick. I found a cheat code for this that I want to try, and then we'll look into that. 1, 2, 2, 1, select 1, 2, 1, 2, select, select, and enter the options for stage select. Come on. Yep, cool. Stage select worked. All right, so let's go ahead and save state. Exit game. Okay. I'm going to switch modules around here. Oops. So I can use an actual Genesis controller for this. Or, you know, the Polymega Genesis controller. Yeah, I have gotten a couple of hacks to work. I got... When I was doing my testing for the video that I put out yesterday, I did... well, the Blaster Master Remastered is actually in the video. But I also poked at... let's see... There was Sonic Megamix for the for the Sega CD. And Kid Chameleon. There were a couple of good Kid Chameleon hacks. Ooh, I like the feel of this controller. Okay. So let's find Sonic 2. There it is. Ooh, before we get into that, I want to check something really quick. Yep, there it is. Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 2, Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3. Neat. Okay, I was wondering how they'd sort that. Which controller thing? Okay, let's see here. Where is it? There it is. Sonic 2 Delta. So the problem here is that it doesn't give you an error message if the patch fails to engage properly. So I'm guessing that we would have seen a difference in the title screen. All right. Come on. There we go. Let's try a different patch just to see if... Could also be just my copy of Sonic 2 that it's not quite connecting to. Because I tried this Sonic 1 and 2 patch as well, and that didn't work. I'm not feeling any issues. What issue were people having with it? Yeah, that isn't working either. Try applying which patch to Sonic and Knuckles in Sonic 3? The Delta one? It's a X Delta patch. I have to say I'm pretty new to ISO or ROM hacking. I wanted to get into it with the Polymega. So I am very new to it. It's kind of interesting, and I like how easy it is when it works. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But there were, you know, a bunch of X Delta patches for cartridge-based games, so I thought it was just something I wasn't familiar with. But I've got the files here. Let me take a look really quick. All right, so we've got Yeah. It's the Delta thing that I have is only 800K though. Can you give me a link to the Delta patch that you were talking about? The 40 megabyte hack? I do not actually have Sonic CD. I should probably fix that. And the reason I don't have it is because I have the Sonic CD release on modern consoles, like the PS3, PS4. But now that I have this, it might not be a bad idea to pick up a copy of the original Sonic CD, just so I can do ROM hacks and patches. Sure thing, thanks. While you do that, I think I do want to go back to Sonic and Knuckles here. Remove the patch and just start new. Actually, I'm going to do the competition. Because I kind of like these. I prefer the multiplayer, the two-player on... Whoops. I prefer the two-player on Sonic 2, but these are still fun. Dang it. I used to be really good at, like, nabbing that jump. Ah. There we go. Now we're getting it. This game had so much fun music. Come on, get in there. There we go. Ah, dang it. My first lap was great. Second one, not so much. There we go. Oh, jeez, come on. Okay, almost there. There we go. Okay, no problem. Give me a sec. Do a search. Sonic 2 Delta. Oh, good lord. That has everything, doesn't it? And it was just updated, like, January 2021. That's cool. Okay. Well, let's do that live here then. Okay. So, first thing I need to do... I'm going to switch to base controller really quick because maybe this is what you heard about, but the menu button doesn't seem to be working on the Genesis controller, so I'll have to tell them about that. But if we're just navigating menus, let's go with this. Alright, so... Yeah, that's what I was seeing on the web page. Okay, so we got to go into settings, storage, and we want to safe eject the SD card. Bah. There we go. Okay. Put the SD card into my laptop here. Okay. Copy it over. Oh, this is just a straight up bin file. This isn't a patch. Can't really do that. Yeah, it's you can't currently sideload ROMs onto the Polymega. So let me see if I can find an IPS version of it. There's a tool to rip an IPS from a bin file. Is that what you're talking about? All right. IPS extractor. Okay. So got Lunar IPS that appears to be able to do that. we'll need... the edited ROM. And a clean version, which I do have. Well, hey, it sounds pretty awesome, because, like, being able to just have all of the levels at one fell swoop, that's pretty sweet. Okay. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. There we go. Alright. Create IPS. Select original unmodified file to use. Alright. Select modified file. Select IPS file to save as. Patch was successfully created. Okay. Let's throw that in the patch folder for the Polymega. And if I remember correctly, this gets applied to Sonic 2. So, okay. I think having that tool around will be extremely handy in this case. Simply because of stuff like this where, you know, yeah, it's... If I wasn't using the Polymega, it would be great to have a pre-modified ROM file. But not in this case. Okay, play, select patch, Sonic Delta version 6, start new game, see what we've got. Hey! There it is! Okay. Oh, and it's got a save thing. Excellent. Knuckles and Tails. But can we play with Knuckles and Knuckles? Knuckles and Knuckles in Knuckles and Knuckles. Oh, interesting. It's got a counter for... like, the number of rings that are available in the level. That's kind of sweet. Oh, what the hell was that? Okay. Gimme! Haha. Hold up and press jump. I'll try that next chance I get. Yay! I prefer this special stage. I used to play this special stage with my sister when we were younger, and she didn't feel like she could compete with me on normal footing, so we'd play least coins wins. And let me tell you, that's more of a challenge than you might think. There we go. Ooh, we got all the rings. And the Chaos Emerald. Ooh, neat. Alright, so press up and jump. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Well, anything unique outside of jumping, that is. Don't want to get too excited here. Oh. Oh, sweet! The bonus... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is it the bonus stage from Sonic 3? No, 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 no! No, no, no! Aw, crap. Curse you, Eggman! Oh no, not again. Alright, got that out of your system? Almost. I don't want to leave here with 0 rings. I mean, sure, I can get those, but that's no fun. There we go. I am not going to tempt fate any further. 72? Okay. The page I found only went up to 60, so... I'll, see what I can find later, but, for now, we'll just enjoy this. Because it's also nice having spin dash on the Sonic 1 stages. Oh, it's on the inside wall, you cheeky bastards. I have gotten all of the Chaos Emeralds, but it's been about 30 years. Let me take a look really quick here. Recently closed. Yeah, it was on the Sonic Retro website. Oh, I was under prior versions because I didn't see a download option until then. Yeah, the most recent version on this site is 0.65. But then there's a link to the official website, and there's 7.2. Okay. Got it. All right. I need to take a quick break. I will be back in a few moments, but maybe I'll load up 7.2 while I'm off. But don't go away. I'll be back in a moment.
Come on. Yeah. You ready, big girl?
Yeah, I'm ready, Toe Jam.
Alright, let's do this.
Come on.
My name is Toe Jam.
And I'm Big Earl.
We come from outer space. Whoa. Oh, oh. We crashed down on this planet. It was an accident. This is a crazy place. Hey, hey.
Tell him, Toe Jam.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Funky down in funk control.
Get funky.
Oh yeah. Funky down in funk control. These crazy earthlings stressing out. This crazy world is upside down. You know that little funky sound is all we need. Yeah. Give 'em that funk. Give me some bass, Biggie. Maybe that's all they need. Gotta give 'em that funk. Oh yeah. Maybe that's all they need. Slap that bass. Give 'em that funk. Oh, maybe that's all they need. Gotta give 'em that funk. Biggie, tell 'em.
Feel the funk.
Maybe that's all they need. My name is Toe Jam.
And I'm Big Earl.
We got a message to give to you. Well, we coming at you from Funkatron.
Funkatron.
And you need to chill it out. Let me talk to him.
Tell him.
Look, T.O. to the E, jamming on the beat. And now with Big Earl, make him stand to their feet. Crash landed on a strange planet. Trying to find the pieces, but this place is gigantic. Running from the bees and dodging all the moles. Somebody tried to run me over with a lawnmower. Maybe all they need's a little funk. Maybe that's all they need. These crazy earthlings stressing out. This crazy world is
shake your thing and get it on. You can't hate when you're feeling the funk, yo. Just let it go in the funky flow. Yeah.
Give 'em that funk. Hey, 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 hey. Give 'em that funk. Give 'em that funk. Well, 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 well. Give 'em that funk. Hey, 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 hey.
Come on.
Give 'em that funk.
Here it is.
Give 'em that funk. Give 'em that funk.
Feel the funk.
All right, Earl, let's go. Let's take care of some business.
I'm with you, Toe Jam. I got your back.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's give this a try here. Remove, select 072. There a level select? Oh, neat. Oh, play Blue Spheres minigame. Nice. Huh. Yeah, I know. Let me back out of this. Okay. Go to sound and look for bridge zone. Neo Green Hill? Nice. Genocide City. I love the ice cap zones so much. Some of my favorite music in the series. Bridge test. There we go. Whoops. Oh. Dang it. There we go. Wait. That's from one of the Game Gear games. Yeah. Or Sega Master System. I actually did play Sega Master System Sonic on my Twitch stream a while back. Yeah, I guess so. I tried pressing start, but that didn't actually take me to that zone. Let's see here. So, you were talking about how it was in a different language at first. That's probably because the main site is, like, the author appears to be Brazilian. So the main site is in Portuguese. Let's see. Well, there's Bridge Zone. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the README about level select code. Yeah, that bridge level does look familiar. And some of the music test stuff was for Game Gear and Master System games. Okay, it did save the save my position from earlier. Wasn't sure if it would do that because I swapped the patch. I wonder if loading the state would probably put me back on 060. But yeah, so I'm terribly pleased with this. Thank you for showing me this. That's different invincibility music. Whee! Not gonna bother with the special stages right now. I want to see how quickly I can get to the Marble Zone, because I saw something interesting in that demo. All right. got some coins, or rings, I mean. Aha! Come on. Yeah, I'll take it. Nope. There we go. I don't remember there being an Act 3 in the original. Maybe it's just been too long. I do remember that. Whoops. Nope. Dang it. I see you. Well, I guess I can report that the patch works on the Polymega. I'm not gonna blame my Oh, interesting. I like the damage meter on the boss. Yeah, I should see if I can find that because I've got Romancing Saga 1 through 3, and wouldn't mind finding English patches for those. Because I think at the moment I've only gotten one for the first game of the trio. Yeah, so this definitely looks different. I think I remember hearing that the Japanese version had a much more intricate background with more parallax scrolling. So I'm wondering if that's what this is about, because I certainly don't remember those floating Saturns. Beep, 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 beep. Love this music too. This series has some just fantastic music to it. Kind of regretting that I don't have crap. That I don't have Knuckles on hand to climb that wall at the end. That's not a lot of loose rings in this level, is it? Only 44? Yeah. It's kind of weird that I've been finding X Delta patches for cartridge-based games, but having that patch ripper is going to be helpful. So I can just find the prepackaged ROM and go from there. Cool. Okay, one thing I want to test is that some EverDrives apparently have a problem with loading save states. So I'm going to see if that's a problem here. Nope. We're good. Sweet. Yeah, probably. Oops. Exit game. Yes. Sweet. Okay, let's see here. There was something else I wanted to try today. I want to switch modules for this. Oh, gotcha. So I wonder if that might be part of the problem I was having with trying to get the patch to work for Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere. It's a translation patch for the game. Okay. Oh, nope, it's not going to be in here. Okay, so I've had a couple of games on hand that I've wanted to play on live streams, but the problem is that up until now, all I've had was a shitty Retro Trio, and that thing just burns the audio. So now I've got something that does a much better job of it, because I haven't been able to find ROMs for these games. Specifically this one. This is Fork Parker's Crunch Out. It's a game by Megacat that stars the fictional CEO of Devolver Digital. And so basically what I can do is I can pop it in the slot, and it won't let me install it, but it will let me play it. That's good to keep in mind, too. I haven't really had a lot of time to experiment with this stuff yet, because I only just got done installing 138 PlayStation games like a couple of days ago. And then I had to, I got done with that on Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday night, I was working on my Polymega tech test video. And so today I've rested for most of the day until I started up my live stream here. Because I've just been completely wiped. I'm still a little bushed. But, yeah, so I haven't had a lot of time to explore yet. But I'm looking forward to that. So here we go. Fork Parker's Crunch Out. Winners don't use crunch. Mega Cat. Alright, what options do we have? Music on or off? Okay. Well, and here's the fun part. Those were just the full games I have. You can't install demo discs. I actually have a full collection of official PlayStation Magazine demo discs. They don't play well with the Polymega. I tested that in my video. I'm actually planning to stream every single demo disc starting in May of next year on my Twitch channel. So if that interests you, go follow me on Twitch, Tesseract E, and keep an eye out for that. You'll see right down below here where it'll say like 12 DLcember 1 Amiga CD32. I have monthly focuses on my Twitch channel. DLcember is me going and playing DLC for games that I've completed. And then in January, I'm going to be doing a focus on the Amiga CD32 console. Okay, use these to keep your minions working. Sleep, hunger, KO, and silly. And then distractions. Watch out for pork. With this spike in profits, I should be able to purchase an upgraded Chief Synergy Officer for next year's conference. Oh, looks like someone's chirping at me. Let's see how it is. Loot Box the game will be bigger than Fork Parker's jet ski budget. Who the hell is Cash Cow Games? New publisher Cash Cow Games is releasing Loot Box the game this Tuesday. Only 1 in 20 downloads actually comes with a copy of the game. Some people have already pre-ordered 5 copies for themselves. We're like Devolver, says Cash Cow CFO, only more attractive and more talented. Pretty soon we'll be richer too. Pork, it's time for some unpaid overtime and questionable motivation. Oh, is that Pork Farker? Cash Cow Games just bought their own esports team, so they think they have a leg up on me. Joke's on them. We're going to corner the esports world by releasing the hottest new fighting game. Alley Fighter will be a combination of deeply technical combat system and a deeply robust Toys to Life catalog for each character. Customers will have to purchase figurines of their favorite characters doing each of their moves to use them in-game. Jeez. That means approximately 5,348 figurines for each character. When the nerds get a load of those figurines and Alley Fighter takes off, Cash Cow's esports team will have no choice but to play my game. All right, minions, get to work. You know, it was the opposite for me. It was supposed to come this Tuesday, and instead it came on Saturday. Here, have some toast. No, toast isn't going to keep you awake? Alright. Here, have some coffee. You're hungry? Have some toast. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. I was hoping I'd be able to, like, shake him for cash. Oh, man, she died? Alright, get the defibrillator. No dying on the job. It's against the rules. Yeah, I know. That's the funny part. Like, at one point, whoops, no, it's this one. At one point, it was like, wow, it's sitting down in the Chicago area. Maybe I can just drive down there and pick it up. Oh, I see. Got it. Wait, nope, that's not the X button on this controller. That meme is way too true of, you know, all the controllers having different positions for the X button. There we go. Alright. Got a couple of people asleep. You're hungry. You're crazy. And now we've got coffee. Dang it. Okay. Gotta fix the internet again. Oops. Boo? Boo what? Am I doing it too slow for your tastes? Okay. Sorry, no food or coffee right now. Okay, there's the coffee. I love how the only food they're begging for burgers and I'm giving them toast. Interesting. I'll have to give that a try. I have a Power Base Mini, but that didn't seem to work. I need help choosing a language to code this project in. Pig Latin International babies speak their language? Code it in Pig Latin. Pig Latin has been making an Umbac K, so I hear. I am having trouble with Rogue Hard. How do I get past the second floor? Your game works? Are you telling me that RNG machine actually gave you a working game? Embrace the rogue life. Start swiping right every time. Oh, interesting. The only problem I had was that the menu button wasn't working. So I don't know if it's related. Also, it might have been related. Well, okay. I guess Street Fighter would be expecting a 6-button controller, right? Because I know some games tend to have difficulties if they're not expecting a 6-button controller. Come on, get out of the way. Cough it up, pork. There we go. Yeah, you can do up and start. That's there for controllers that don't have a menu button. So, and I can still do that key combination. I'm using the Polymega Super Nintendo controller here, but there's also a straight up menu button on there. That menu button wasn't working on the Sega Genesis controller, but up and start was working, so I was fine there anyway. Oh, that's right. Whoops. Got a mess of controllers from the other day when I was testing everything. The Sega Genesis controller for the Genesis Mini does work. Just plugged into the USB port. It actually recognizes it, which is kind of awesome. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. So I can't save state unsupported media. That's a shame. All right, let's keep going until that timer runs down. All right, we can get... Ah, damn it. Food. Give you coffee. And I'll answer the phone. I need help choosing a language to code this project in. In my experience, game publishers only speak in dollars and cents. I've actually been learning Python lately myself. Whoops, you're not hungry. They wanted us to start learning it for some upcoming changes at my job. There we go. All right. Gotta do defibrillator. Deliver some coffee. Then we'll answer the phone. Actually, funny you should mention that. I think my last line of code may have triggered the robot apocalypse. It's a feature. I actually did... So I've got the Japanese version of Panzer Dragoon Saga. I can't find an English patch, but I figured if there was an English patch, it would just be pretty much the same as just playing the English version. So I downloaded the ISOs. It did actually let me install Panzer Dragoon Saga. So we can check on that in a bit, too. Wow. No one needs anything for a change. There we go. Time's almost up. We got someone sleeping on the job. Oh. What? Ah, I am not catching any of this. There we go. Oh, I see. I have to catch it and then spit it back up at him. Oh, that is bizarre. All right. 2. Didn't get it in time. Game over. Yeah, I know. That's why I got the Japanese version, because it was $60 instead of 600. Okay, so let's exit that game. That was pretty cool. No. Unplug that controller for a moment. Go back to the base module controller. There we go. There's Panzer Dragoon Saga, Disc 1. I mean, this is one of those legendary games that, like, everybody wants to play, but no one does because it's so stupid expensive. At least the people who actually give a shit about paying for their games. And I'm sorry if that sounds elitist. But I mean, I do, and that's why I got the Polymega. It's fun that it does take backups. Like, this is the only release game that I've done this with. Everything else I genuinely own, like Saga or Shining Force 3, Shining the Holy Ark, and Shining Wisdom. I own those legitimately. But I did enjoy playing like some homebrew and tech demos and stuff like that for the video I put out the other day. Snatcher's another one, yeah. That I think there is an English patch for, though. Actually, I wonder if the version that there's a Snatcher for the PC Engine CD is on the TurboGrafx Mini. I wonder if that could somehow be patched. New game, of course. Actually, before we get into that, I want to bring up the camera again really quick. I do care about having physical games. There's my twin Famicom and my Saturn and my Amiga CD32. Right up top there you see Hyperion. That is for the Pioneer Laser Active. But yeah, tons of stuff. And it's a lot of fun. All right, let's resume. See what all the fuss is about.
Guido, Edge.
That was one thing I always loved about the Panzer Dragoon series, is that they have their own language. So it doesn't matter. You're always going to need subtitles.
Meliust prelidis expedul.
Tunes cognitum lua. Quid nostra defensio.
D.
Posset cognitum.
The envitus.
Honestly, this is better than the pre-rendered graphics in Final Fantasy VII. I wouldn't say it tops Final Fantasy VIII, but at least they're not the, you know, blocky,
Peltoner impenia. Tues nostem
flat-shaded
praestem
characters.
Noster defensio. Hec exceller impelnia. Te omnio aude gescalde. Peril! Felix Mesentes!
Hostis? Liquor?
From the ancient age?
映画を誇った文明が滅んで数千年かつての力を失った人類は自らが生み出した遺伝子改造による生物兵器に脅かされ
Now that sounds like
黄
Japanese.
昏の時代を過ごしていただが失われた文明の力を借りた帝国が出現した時から再び時代は回り始めた帝国の手によって発掘された
You know, I should just
兵器は
plug in my
人類の生存を
copy
脅
of
かす多数の巨大生物を撃退し
Azel,
我らの時代が来た
my Japanese copy, and see what happens.
しかし力は欲望を生み欲望は
I do plan to play Christmas Nights later on this month. It's, you know, not only because it's going to be around Christmas, but it also fits the whole DLC thing, DLC theme. I picked that up. I found that at a random store not too long ago. It's another one where the Japanese version is mostly in English anyway. Oh yeah. Give me a sec here.
The trader important. Owen. Pause the tema rebel proceed said.
Now is the time for rebellion. Now is the time on sprockets, then we dance.
Gada Owen. En a metos de yena delcam. Kats venia deni. Kunipas. Action velox.
I put together an Excel spreadsheet breaking it down of how much you would pay on eBay, and I did this about a year or two ago, so the prices might have changed. But it breaks down how much you would pay to get everything that the Polymega gives you, and compares it to, like, I got in on the pre-order before the price went up, so for the base module and all of the or the base unit and all of the modules, I paid like $550. But even after that, you were still saving like a couple $1,000s. But like, you know, I would say... Oh, wait. You know, I was going to say, I'd say the only module that is more expensive than what you can find the true hardware for is the Genesis module. That's not true, because this also covers the 32X. So even the modules at $80 are cheaper than the original consoles if you went out and bought them. I'm a little... I'm not entirely sure that Dreamcast is even possible. Simply because of how GD-ROMs are put together. I would love to see them do 3DO, CDI, maybe CD32, some of the more obscure CD-based systems. Because, I mean, 3DO and CDI, you're going to pay a couple $100 for each of those. So I think that I would rather see them expand into some of the other, slightly more unknown disc-based systems. Wow, those eyes. But I am really looking forward to the N64 module. And in my video, I actually did review the Retrobit Tribute 64 that they're going to be using as a basis for their EM05 controller. But again, $80, that's cheaper than what you'd pay for Nintendo 64, and I trust them to do a much better job at emulation and tweaking it for the proper accuracy than like Retrobit or Hyperkin. Hell, they probably even do a better job than Nintendo has been. Yeah, you might want to stop. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna run out of dock there. I'm already starting to think that this could have, if they had more confidence in the Saturn and like pushed this game harder, this could have gone toe-to-toe with Final Fantasy VII. Oh, so cool. I would love to get in on their beta testing. Seriously. Like, I wanted to be on the original beta test, but obviously didn't get the console until recently. A Dreamcast, I'd love that. Right now, I've got a Dreamcast with a GDEMU in it, and I mean, so many Dreamcasts are dead because the laser assembly is just shot to hell. So I think that would really be a good thing to do because of how finicky the Dreamcast hardware is. So I'd love to see handhelds too, because I'm a big fan of being able to play anything on the screen that on the big screen that I possibly can. My big thing is I want the PS3 memory card adapter supported as soon as possible, because I do an interactive what button? Oh, the controller turned off. I do an interactive playthrough of Monster Rancher that I'd love to play on there. I plan to be playing Brave Fencer Musashi, and I wouldn't mind pulling my save over for that. Okay. Well, it's not my real name, but... Yes, which is, again, why I'd love to see them do stuff like 3DO and CDI. I've bought a couple of 3DO and CDI games over the years. You know, just kind of hoping that eventually that'll happen. I wouldn't mind seeing them do Atari 7800 and 5200, or at the very least Atari 7800. Because if you can get it to work with the 7800, it'll work with the 52 or with the 2600 as well. I don't get why the Retron 77 wasn't made to work with the 7800. That just makes no sense. But I've got the full library of 7800 games. I'd also love to see them do like the Atari 8-bit computers, like the XEGS, the 400, the 800, the 1200, because that had some really sweet stuff on it too. There's a lot of stuff that I'd love to see them do, and I'm glad to see them already moving forward. I've got the light gun pre-ordered, so I'm looking forward to that. Now that they're finally getting the consoles in people's hands, I can't wait to see what they've got planned for 2022 and beyond.
助かったのか。早く上に戻らないと隊長たちが。
Are we finally gonna get to play? I mean, I get it. It's the opening cinematic. There we go. For an RPG. Oh, come on. Guardian Heroes can do transparency without falling back to dithering. Why can't you? Yeah, I'd say this is more on the level of Final Fantasy VIII than 7. I'm kind of impressed. Although, you know, very close draw distance. Because they're using completely 3D environments rather than pre-rendered backgrounds. Okay. Ah. Sweet. Okay. Do I need to equip? Okay. Right? Like, congratulations, you finished a level. Now have 45 minutes of CG sequences. Okay, I like how that works. You kind of, hit the button to go into this, like, target mode. Ride the elevator. It's kind of funny. I'm sitting here playing Panzer Dragoon Saga with a Super Nintendo cartridge poking up out of the top of the Polymega. It's a little bizarre. But one thing I did notice, I haven't played that yet. But yeah, one thing I was able to do, though, is you can install a disc, you know, set a disc to install, and then install cartridges at the same time. You can install multiple things at the same time, so keep that in mind. Also, you know, my library barely takes up 400 gigabytes. So I've got 1.4 terabytes installed on this thing, 400 gigabyte SD card and a 1 terabyte SSD. Unless they start adding something like the PlayStation 2 where I've got a huge collection of large games, I'm probably set. Like, even Dreamcast probably wouldn't put much more of a dent in that. If they figured out a way to do GameCube, no, even then, oddly enough, my PSP collection would probably be more of a threat than the GameCube. But my PSP I'm not quite as worried about because I have PS TV. So I, like, rip the ISOs on my PSP, transfer them to my PS TV, and I can play those on the TV. I would love to see PS2 happen. But I think I remember when they were in the interview on Nintendo Life when they were talking about the EMO5. I think they said that there's, like, some sort of contract agreement where they have to have 90% or better compatibility. And not only is the PS2 a little picky as far as emulation is concerned, it's a fucking massive library. So they would have to test literally thousands of games to assure that compatibility. Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, much smaller libraries. PSP is even a fairly massive library, all things considered. So yeah, I think PS2, if it's going to happen, is a long way off. Yeah. But what they could do, and they've kind of hinted at this, they could put an additional CPU in the module to help with processing the PlayStation 2. And that would make a shit ton of sense too, because then they could use that and say, plug in this module, it gives enough of a boost for us to be able to play PS2 games, but we're also going to add controller ports and memory card slots that will work with PS1 titles. Perfect. above the excavation.
だいぶ流されたな。早く発掘所に戻らないと。だけどこのドラゴン、どうやったら言うことを聞いてくれるんだろう。
Well, you press the button forward. You press the B button to move forward. Break! Oh, that was cool. All right. I'm digging the, you know, flight thing here. This is fun. Oh, wait. Okay. So that means this stuff might be useful. Right. Okay, so pressing the A button kind of stops you and turns on the targeting reticle. Okay, this is actually pretty comprehensive controls considering what they're trying to do. Yeah, they mentioned that, but honestly, I think it would make more sense to do what I was just talking about. And that was just an idea that came to me just now when we were talking about it, is, you know, have it be a combo PS2 module that also enhances the PS1. Kind of like what they're planning to do with the N64 module controller being able to handle 3D controller duties for the Saturn. I would love to see a Saturn module that, like, oh, come on. Can we go backwards? Come on. Nope, okay. I would like to see a Saturn module that allows you to plug in, like, the save device. Because I've got some save games I would like to transfer. I streamed through Shining the Holy Ark last year, or earlier this year. And I wouldn't mind being able to recover that save. Oops. There we go. I don't think that's on their agenda. Like, they seem to want to focus on accuracy right now. And honestly, I don't really care for those, for, like, smoothing stuff for Genesis and Super Nintendo and everything. It always just kind of looks jank. I wouldn't mind, though, if they did texture smoothing for the PS1, like what the PS2 does. But that's still, you know, that's still staying true to hardware. Okay, we've explored this area. Let's move forward. See if we can get in a fight here so we can see how that goes. I wish I knew what the access thing was. Just seems to bounce them around. Oops. Don't want to keep going around in circles. Round in circles, round in circles. Okay, hold on. I want to make sure I hit all of these just to be on the safe side. An ancient device. Oh, cool. I can save. Thank you. Oops. A little too far down. I don't know what size of a team they have, though. Like, I hope they've got a big enough team to not only support the existing stuff and enhance it, but that doesn't take away from adding new stuff. Okay. I want to switch to something else here. This is definitely interesting, though. I want to come back to this and play it at some point. But there you go. A backup of Panzer Dragoon Saga does indeed work. Okay, I want to go grab something from the shelf really quick. Be right back. So this is a cartridge, a repro cartridge of Dark Side, which was only released in PAL regions, but this one has been modified to work in NTSC 32Xs. I don't use repros lightly, but this is one that I wanted to try. Actually, you know what? Before we get to that one, I actually do have a couple of repros of a similar ilk for the Super Nintendo. And since I already have the Super Nintendo module plugged in, I should probably poke at those first. Well, there's also like analysis paralysis when it comes to stuff like that. You have so much at your fingertips that you don't know where to start. And I admit to getting a little bit of that here, but it's still a little bit more focused because it's all stuff that I own, that I want to play. And, you know, it's not thousands and thousands and thousands of titles. I do have RetroArch set up on my Series X in dev mode, and that's what I have been using to play retro games on stream. And it's still, I still may use that from time to time, simply if it requires something that the Polymega can't handle. Like when I was playing Saga Frontier, I was using a suite of action replay codes that were kind of like a quality of life improvement. And we can't do that on here yet. So, you know, there will be some stuff that I keep doing there. Some stuff I'll still keep doing on physical media like Monster Rancher, because you can't do the disc swap thing on the Polymega from what they've told me. So there's that too. But for the majority of stuff, I intend to use this. And it's going to be really nice to be able to do stuff like that Fork Parker game and this. This is a repro cart of BS Legend of Zelda Map 1 and 2. It's archived stuff from the Satellaview service. And I have wanted to play these for a long time. I also have VS F-Zero Grand Prix. But I'm more interested in the Zelda thing. AliExpress carts? I don't know. Oh, that looks weird. So basically what this is a... oh, sweet! I can change my character. I'm going with that one. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh well. Oh yeah, this is the original Legend of Zelda redone in the Link to the Past graphic style. I don't know about bootleg carts, but when I ordered repro cases for Shining Force 3 and Shining Wisdom, they actually did send me repro copies of Saturn Bomberman and Guardian Heroes inside, and those read perfectly fine. Also, again, you know, this is a repro cart type of thing. So I would guess that any bootlegs you get off of AliExpress would probably work. Oh no! Oh, there we go. Give me the coin. Give me the rupees. Thank you. Rupees. So does that mean that Link is in India? Oh, come on. Move out of the way. Oh, maybe I have to bomb that. Oh, damn it. I never actually did play very much of the original Zelda. Like, I might have gotten a dungeon or two in, but it just never grabbed me. Ow. I like that there's a map in the upper corner. That wasn't something they did in the original. Yeah. I honestly can't think of any right offhand. Oh, well, I mean, I bought Phantasy Star 4 for $60 off of a friend of mine. Beedly-doo. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna like cycle through objectives automatically. That would be pretty wild. Wait, why do I already have like a boomerang and... Huh. Weird. Shining Force is a little pricey. I think it was $40 or so. But one thing about Genesis games is that for the most part, a lot of the ones worth playing are available on digital compilations. Like Sega's been much better about that than Nintendo has. So like for the longest time, I didn't own Shining Force or Phantasy Star 4 because I'm like, well, I've got every Sega compilation that's come out since they started doing them. Oh no! I think you should pet that giant peanut. I love the music, though. They did a good job of bumping that up. Arrows cost money to use? If it's a matter of, in this version, they use money instead of actual arrow items, I'm almost okay with that. So this is... this was an official release of the original Legend of Zelda done in graphical and music style of the level of Link to the Past. It was distributed on the Satellaview service. And this is a repro cart of that data. I've been wanting to play this for a long time, but didn't have a good way to play Super Nintendo carts. It was kind of a thing where I was looking forward to doing it on the Polymega. Actually, at the beginning, you get a choice of 3 different character models to choose from. From the front, I thought he looked like he had white hair. But yeah, you're right, he kind of looks like he's got green hair and a backwards baseball cap. Let's go up first. Yay, I have bombs now. Haha. Okay, I'm gonna go back out and explore the room immediately south. Because I can't get there from here. What was that noise? Here, hold my potion. Come on, give me some health so I can get the shooty sword back. Whoops. That's the opposite of what I wanted. So, how jealous do you think George would be of this? There we go. Ooh, a bow. Still no health. Come on, guys. Doodly-doo. Alright, let's go ahead and equip the bow. Nope, not gonna let me equip the bow? Alright then. Psych. Whoops. Not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do either. Back to the beginning. Is there a save function? Well, at least I'm fully healed. Was fully healed. What was the username of the person he raided? I don't need to mess with you guys. I'm just gonna keep going. You guys I do need to mess with because you're the lock. No! I always liked this, the hell? Okay. I always liked this piece of music in the original. Wait, do I still have the bow? Yes, I do. Okay, good. Oh, slap artist. Okay. I'm somewhat new to slap artist myself. Go, move this. Oh, come on. There we go. Nope. Can't thrust across the water. Hooray, I have cash. That's not what I need, though. Nope. Okay. I mean, I didn't see anything on the map, but that doesn't always mean it can't happen. No, I was almost there. Alright, I'm gonna go back out. Maybe that'll kind of trigger a save. Because I can't... That's one of the downsides. I don't like that you can't save state on non-installed game cards. But hopefully it'll at least save the battery memory. Okay. So, let's go ahead and swap out the Super Nintendo module. And grab the Genesis module. And we are going to, instead of the Polymega controller, I am going to try using the controller from the Genesis Mini. There we go. It even recognizes it. Look at that. You know what? I didn't do the usual little thing I had to do, because it's still OBS, but I didn't do the little tweak that I have to do every time to get it to sync up properly. All right, so we are going to plug in Dark Side for the 32X. This is a repro cart. This game only came out in HAL regions, but this is a repro cart that was designed to work on NTSC consoles. Look at these state-of-the-art graphics! I'm actually kind of impressed that the 32X is able to pump out this level of textured polygons. And the actual gameplay is solid 60 frames per second. That's what matters. Okay, I don't know what button does what here. Okay, that slows down. Good. And that speeds up. Okay, fantastic. Is this just basically Asteroids the FPS? Oh, I am digging this. I am severely digging this. I love my space shooters. Yeah, again, I am really impressed with this being a 32X game. collect the shield crystal, and then I run into an asteroid. It's not how you're supposed to do it, dude. There he is. The fighter kind of reminds me of the ones from Babylon 5. More specifically, the Thunderbolt that is also capable of Star Fury. But more specifically, the Thunderbolt that's also capable of atmospheric flight. This is another game that I have been waiting for a long time to be able to play. Oh, I want to collect that. Dang it. Oh, I had to shoot it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Moon approaching. And then back to the jank. You know, one enhancement that I wouldn't mind seeing. Mission failed? One enhancement I wouldn't mind seeing is a processor boost for games like this. So, like, the cutscene would be every bit as smooth as the gameplay. Destroy all the asteroids. Destroy the alien fighters. Was there a timer? Oh well. That was fun. That was definitely fun. Okay. Something else I want to try. And it involves yet another... Whoops. There we go. Yet another module swap. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a timer either. Whoops. Okay. Plug that in. Press right. Okay. So, theoretically, this should be able to handle Famicom cartridges with this Hyperkin 60 to 72 pin adapter. I have yet to be able to get this to work, so I'm going to try again here. I'm going to try a couple of different ways of doing it, just to see if I'm doing it the wrong way or what. I've also got my cleaning cards on hand in case I feel like it's just a cleaning issue. But let's plug this in. There we go. Okay, well, it's detecting the game media. But that's usually what I get. I just get a solid green screen. So... let's exit game. I'm gonna see what happens if I plug in the adapter by itself. Okay. Okay. So my guess then is that it's not reading the cartridge somehow. No, still no good. Let's try different cartridge. All right. Let's try swapping or plugging it in with the cartridge plugged in the top here. There we go. Takes quite a bit of force on the NES module. Still no good. Okay. Well, that was weird. So, I have tested every one of these cartridges in my actual twin Famicom. So I know they work. I have never tested this adapter successfully, though. Cartridge contacts aren't bent. Not dirty. Ah. The UI is very nice. And it's well put together, like, you know, it's mostly divided up by you know, system, of course. But then you can kind of dive in and sort, you know, alphabetically, by genre, number of players, year it came out, rating, which, I mean, I don't think there are any games that that this plays that came out after the ESRB was established. And then where it's installed, which is handy because the discs that didn't install properly are showing up as not installed. So it kind of helps me, you know, recall which ones didn't install and fix them. Hey there, round two. Welcome, welcome. Honestly, round two, I'm surprised to see you here considering the charity thing going on with the Cartridge Club. So pleased to see ya. How's that thing going, by the way? So yeah, I think I'm gonna need to call this a bust for now, but I'm planning to go up to Game Trade tomorrow. I'm gonna bring a bunch of cartridges and discs along to have cleaned and buffed and everything, and maybe they can help me figure it out too. I do want to give this another try. I think I've got another... Yeah. Oh, fantastic! Nicely done, guys. Yeah, I just didn't feel like I could commit to the time this year. I would like to take part in it at some point in the future, but just wasn't going to work. I didn't know... I mean, I knew that this would be happening around this time, so I wanted to make sure that I was able to pump this out, but I've also really been, like, running myself ragged lately. Yeah, so we've done a lot tonight. One thing that's kind of fun... It's using... I'm using the controller from the Genesis Mini here. But what I wanted to try is the Power Base Mini, which is a device that lets you play Master System games in the Genesis. I tried it the other day, and I just got a blank screen. But I want to give it another shot. Got another blank screen here. Probably not going to get any more than that. Oh well. I want to show you something really cool, though. I don't know if he's still here, but someone dropped by earlier and mentioned a mod for Sonic 2 called Sonic Delta. And you can actually do patches, like ROM patches and ISO patches and stuff like that. What this is it is basically every level in every Genesis Sonic game all rolled into one. I didn't really mean to go in here. So, you know, you see I'm in Marble Zone, which is the second level of Sonic 1. I love that it's also, like, counting how many rings are available in the level. But even better, you have Spin Dash. Two extra lives right in a row. But it also has like the main damn it, bonus level is based on Sonic 2. But you can also see that the parallax is a little bit different from what you might be used to in the American version. This is closer to the Japanese version. So the module is for cartridge reading and controller. So like here, let me give me a second. So it doesn't entirely matter too much with the Sega Genesis Mini controller because that's just using USB. But I could use my laser active 6-button controller, plug it in, hold right on the D-pad, and keep playing. So that's probably the main reason that you'd want to keep the modules handy, is for using controllers. But also, if you've got a game that isn't recognized by the database... Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. If it's a game that's not recognized by the database, it'll play right off the cartridge. So you'd want to have the module handy for that too. Dang it. Making rookie mistakes here. What? No, that sounds like chaos. There's 32 gigabytes of built-in storage. There was about, I want to say a little less than 9 gigabytes free when I got it. I mean, that's more than enough space for all of the cartridge-based stuff you'd want to install. But then you can also plug in an SD card and an SSD to expand that. So I have a... Damn it. I have total available storage of about 1.4 terabytes. And all the discs I've installed and cartridges I've installed puts about a 400 gigabyte dent in that. Maybe a little bit less than that, actually. The momentum is killing me in this. There we go. Each module also comes with a controller that's designed to be very similar to the original console that it came with. It just also has like a menu button, shall we say, that brings up the Polymega menu. I'm back. Dang it. I want to get up there. It is menu driven. As far as I'm aware, there isn't a way to remap the buttons. So, obviously, this controller does not have a home button on it. So the button cord to access the menu, if you're using a genuine controller, is start and up. And then you just go into the save state menu, B to overwrite, and then C to back out of the menu again. So there isn't like a quick save, quick load option, but it's pretty quick. See if I can... Ah, dang it. I have managed to do all of those in one jump. I'm a little bit rusty. Different invulnerability music. They've even got levels in this from Master System and Game Gear games. And it's got a, save feature similar to Sonic 3's, so it'll actually track your completion. Yeah, it's still pretty quick. Plus, I don't know if you noticed, let me do another save here. Save state, overwrite, yes. If I exit the game, if I press play, you can start immediately from a save state. And it'll just jump right in. Whoa, and there we have a crash. Okay. Good to know. This has to do with the patch that we're using. Instrução ilegal. Yep, so I guess we're screwed there. But we can restart. Obrigado. And we can start from zone 2. Because it's got a save feature. Yes, they do. I can actually demonstrate that fairly easily, too. No. Want to exit. Because I have a save state handy. I'm going to plug in the the base controller here. And there we go. But yeah, I found a patch for Saga Frontier that allows you to seal and equip abilities, kind of like what I've been using on my playthrough. But when I did the recording for my video the other day, I did a save state, so I could jump right into it. It's loading. It would be nice if they had an indicator that something was happening. But, yep. There we go. How am I still not sick of this game? Uh-oh. um, I also was able to play some homebrew stuff. Where is it? One thing I wanted to grab. Yeah. So, like, this is a bit of TurboGrafx CD homebrew that I was able to play the other day. It's not that impressive of a game, but it looks good and sounds good. What do you? What doesn't reuse assets? Let's see here. Is there anything else that I missed? Trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to test that I hadn't gotten a chance to do so. There's a couple of things that I do want to test, but not tonight. Oh, Saga Frontier. Yeah. No, there really aren't any palette swaps among the enemies. The only thing that might, like, tire you out is playing story after story after story, because and without those patches from Grand Calabash, because if you play it vanilla, you have to redo a lot of the same stuff just to level yourself up to the point where you can tackle the main story. With the rebalancing codes from that Grand Calabash put together, it makes it so you can focus mostly on the story. So you're almost always seeing original stuff unless you go out of your way to redo things. Not yet. They are working on the support for the PS3 memory card adapter. One of the things that they added in a recent update. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember how to get to it. Yeah, okay. One thing they added in a recent update is the ability to adjust memory card data. Did I do it for Monster Rancher? Yeah, here we go. So they have these virtual memory cards, so you can clear up space if you need to. And this is probably where it'll come in to import from a regular memory card. The function just isn't there yet. But it is something that they're definitely working on. Because I want to be able to import some game saves myself. Like, say, Wild Arms. Let's see here. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. It is currently not recognized, but they are working on adding that capability. Like, actively working on it, so it will happen, it just... they aren't done yet. Also, CD backups work. I basically figured I have the Japanese version of Panzer Dragoon Saga. If there was an English patch, it wouldn't be much different from just installing the English version from disks. So that's how I rationalized downloading the ISOs, burning them to disks, and installing Panzer Dragoon Saga. I played it a little bit earlier. It's kind of cool. Not $600 to $1,000 worth of cool, but yeah, backups and repros do work. As we saw with the Satellaview stuff. I also played this game called Fork Parker's Crunch Out. That was made by Mega Cat Studios, based on the fictional CEO of Devolver Digital. And this works perfectly fine. It wasn't able to be installed, but it was able to be played. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else that's really cool about this to show off. I mean, I've gone through a bunch of stuff a bit more concisely in my video, of course. I did also review the controller they're using as a basis for the Nintendo 64 module that's coming. Because I am really looking forward to that Nintendo 64 module. They just announced that, they just officially announced it, like last week. Scheduled for release in 2022. I think next year is going to be really interesting for the Polymega. The patches are on the SD card. So you pop out the SD card, you make a folder called patches, and you just dump them in there. And let's see here. So you go in here, you just select patch, and it just shows you all of the patches you have in that folder. And so you want to name them something recognizable. And then you just start the game, and it's patched. A web UI would be interesting. Just send it over by FTP or something like that. Another interesting patch that patch style that it's able to work with is MSU patches, which change the music in a game. And I know that there's like patches for, I want to say, Chrono Trigger. So there's the intro for Pilot Wings. Now if we add the patch, Sounds quite a bit different. Yeah, have a good naming convention, but as you can see, this one doesn't necessarily have a good naming convention because all the files need to have a similar name. Kind of like a queue and bin combo of files. So sometimes it might not be possible, but try to do it when you can. Oops. Don't want to power off quite yet. Let's see here. Okay. So there's a nice patch here for Final Fantasy Tactics that reduces the grind. Vandal Hearts 2 that turns it into taking turns rather than everything at once. Oh, I want to try the Super Mario All-Stars hack. So as you can see, I still have the Genesis module installed. The only reason I'd want to swap the module is if I wanted to use a Super Nintendo controller for this. But otherwise, I can just use the base module controller. To play any game on any console. No light gun support yet, but the light gun is able to be pre-ordered on their website. It's due out first or second quarter of next year. It's based on the Sinden light gun. So if you've heard of that, then that's basically what you're looking at. But custom made to work with the Polymega. I don't know what improvements I'm looking for here. Whoa. Sort of, yes. It's based on a similar premise, but it's a little bit more optical. The Wiimote is based on infrared. What the Sinden light gun does, if I remember correctly, is it actually puts a like a white rectangle border around the edge of the screen, and there's a camera in the light gun that basically calculates where you're pointing based on that border. So it'll work with, you know, no sensor bar. It'll work on any display. It's pretty sweet. But I bought a lot of light gun-based games just to be able to test it out when it hits. Oops, wrong button. Oh, come on. Duck, damn it. Fine. Uh-oh. Oh, sure. I am still waiting for, whoops, a second, oh geez, a second base module controller. I pre-ordered it and it hasn't arrived. I'm not sure if it's, okay, I can't press down on this controller. I'm not sure if it's on its way with their current shipment and just in the last box, or if that's going to be coming early next year or not. But at the very least, we do have like controllers for each of the modules. The PlayStation Mini controller will work perfectly fine. In fact, I might plug that in instead. But yeah, so it's got plenty of stuff, and I've got all of my games loaded down onto it. So we've got a couple hundred games to work with. But yeah, I think I'm actually gonna wrap up for the night. I actually started at 7 o'clock. So it's been a longer stream than I usually do. But I had fun. And I'm really glad I got to find out about that new patch for Sonic 2. That was cool. But yeah, that's a look around the Polymega. Again, if you haven't seen it yet, I did do kind of a stress test. You can watch it at that link. I went through some of the stuff that I went through tonight, but like I said, a little bit more concisely. I will probably haul this out. Well, I know I will be hauling this out later this month on Twitch to play Christmas Nights for DLcember. Yeah, 2022 is going to be big for Polymega. They're gonna catch up with their pre-orders. They're going to release the Nintendo 64 module. They're going to have the light gun. I'm really glad I'm in on the ground floor with this, because this is really special. But I will be back on Sunday night on Twitch. I will be getting started on Fallout 3 Mothership Zeta. So if you're not familiar with me on Twitch, if you're watching this later on or something, twitch.tv/TesseractE, drop in, and I stream every Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night from 8 to 11 p.m. Central. I just do special stuff like this occasionally on YouTube. But I don't think rating is a thing on YouTube, so rest well when you do. Thanks for dropping in, and I will see you another time.